Now, urban ecology is actually making new and exciting advances. The ABV program in 1920s, which was funded by American National Science, it was very important because for the first time it brought together natural sciences, engineering, planning, and social sciences, so humanities. Now, today in urban ecology we find integration of socio-economic variables along with ecological variables, which has been a landmark step. And then I would like to highlight on the importance of the role of history for studying urban ecosystem. Because what we find is that even in the social science approach, sociology, anthropology, and even a little bit of environmental psychology has become very prominent in urban ecology. But still now, the role of history is still, kind of cornered. So I argue that historical methodology such as backcasting, forecasting, historical analogy, a broad temporal scale for understanding, for looking into the complex interactions between human beings and other organisms within urban settings is very important. And the documentation of best practices, as I was saying, that the waste recycling mechanism is actually controlled by the local indigenous people by using their knowledge base, which has come to them since generation. So this documentation of best practices using oral history techniques may be accompanied by other quantitative and qualitative methods. These can make really important contribution for ecologically and socially responsible urban planning and policy approaches. Now, in this regard, I would like to give a reference to one of the recent publications by Annie Radmacher and K. Shivaramakrishnan. The book is called Ecologies of Urbanism in India, Metropolitan Civility and Sustainability. Here we find case studies from different megalopolitan cities of India like Delhi, Mumbai, Bengaluru and Chennai, and here a wide range of issues from the political ecology of cities to middle class urbanism you can find, and they have the historians here, historians and also urban planners, they have used large temporal scale and these studies explore ecological trends and ruptures and look into varied trajectories that pave the way for unique specific histories. So it is important, very important to look at the variation of urban histories. That is very important. Now finally I conclude by saying that there can be two approaches, ecology in cities and ecology of cities. The ecology in cities is very unidimensional, unidirectional, small scale and located within a city, whereas ecology of cities is transdisciplinary, multi-scale, incorporating both ecological and human dimensions of urban systems. And this second approach, ecology of cities, is really important for understanding the present urbanization pattern in the developing world, where cities are more heavily heavily depend on their hinterlands than to cities in the developed world, as the latter tend to draw on distant elsewhere to satisfy their demands in terms of food, energy and so on, thus increasingly bypassing their hinterland and resulting in missed opportunities for reciprocal rural-urban linkages within the same area or region. This 2 or 3 more minutes. Now, one additional point is that the ecosystem services from the wider ecosystem or the greater city also plays a very important part in the livelihood and sustenance of these poor, vulnerable, ecosystem dependent communities in the global south. Now here I would like to mention about the divergence, the difference between the methodologies used in studying environmental history in the north and environmental history in South Asia, in the south basically. Now in both the cases, environmental history actually emerged from environmental activism. That is, number of movements, number of movements for protecting, for conserving nature. For example, if you look at America, we find that there environmental history it emerged from environmental activism and other environmental and social protest movements, and the environmental history in America in the north, it highly relies on clubs like the Sierra Club, the Friends of the Earth, which has a prominent cadetship, prominent numbers, and also properly audited sources or funds. But if you look into the south, we find that here also environmental history, here also it emerged from environmental activism, but the environmental activism centered around the livelihood issues, the sustenance issues of the poor people. For example, the Chipko movement, the ABV movement, the Sardar Sarovar project. And this becomes clear if I am allowed to make a comparison between the protest strategies of Mark Dubois on the one hand and Medha Patkar on the other. In the morning lecture by Patnaik, Medha Patkar was covered, and if both Dubois and Patkar, they actually protested against the construction of dam. Dubois protested against the construction of dam in the Stanislaus River in California, and Patkar protested against the construction of dam in the Narmada River. Yes, we are familiar to it. Now, Dubois said that Dubois did not say. Dubois chained himself to a boulder in the Stanislaus River. This was his strategy of protest. Okay, and Medha Patkar also said that she would drown herself if her demands are not met. Now, in an interview, when Dubois was asked that why is it protesting like that? What is the cause behind this kind of action, this kind of protest strategy? He answered that he wanted that there should not be a dam on the Stanislaus River because it was the last remaining icon of American wilderness, American virginity. But when Medha Patkar was asked that why is she protesting in such a radical way, she answered that she is not protesting for conserving or protecting the Narmada River. She is protesting for protecting the lives of the people. So this is the difference between the environmental history in the north and environmental history in the south. I would also like to extend this theoretical framework to the study of urban ecology. The difference between the ecology of the affluence in the north, the developed part of the world, and the south, the developing part of the world. And finally, again, I'd like to conclude by saying that urban ecology is an emerging discipline. So for the discipline to advance in the future, it will need to enhance, define, and embrace several conceptual frameworks. If the discipline of urban ecology is to advance and enhance our understanding of urban ecosystems, it will require the active development of more inter- and transdisciplinary ecology of cities studies. And this paper was an attempt, paper was such an attempt which actually needs further exploration to come up with more defined arguments. Thank you.
Very interesting. Let's take some time for some questions. Do you want us to stay up here to entertain some questions for a few minutes? We'll see. Anybody? Yes. Please.
I don't have many points to mention, but I would like to compliment you because in India we don't have much study on the issue of urban and peri-urban. Okay, so it's very good efforts you have made. It's very challenging area also.
Yes.
The problem is here how to define peri-urban. It's very challenging because cities are growing and today one area is peri-urban, tomorrow it is becoming urban. And it's going and never stopping. So how to define urban ecology and peri-urban area? So first point. The second is that before proposing any strategy or solutions for sustainable development of peri-urban area, because your intention is to fulfill the demand of people who are in the city from the nearest area, isn't it? It will energy demand and other resource supply. But the problem is that if we are not able to understand that what is the carrying capacity of particular city, the peri-urban area should be always there. It will be never ending in India, particularly. See the situation of Bangalore. Now we are 10.2 or 3 million people, and in 1980 we are 3 or 4 million people. So city is going vertically, we don't have space. But peri-urban areas are completely changing. There is a kind of transformation, and land is changing. And people in peri-urban areas, they are not interested in doing agriculture, but rather they are interested in selling their land. So these are very complex issues. How to handle this complexity? I understand that this is not a single solution for that, but we need a team of researchers to handle that one. Yeah, that's very interesting. And second, second point I would like to mention here that you said that the lake near Kolkata,
the East Kolkata wetlands.
Okay, this is the natural kidney of of the city. But how the waste which is going to that place is already processed, or it's just people are dumping there?
No, this
Yeah, because there are some non-degradable substance out there. So how they are going to get
Yes.
recycled here? So that's the issue.
Okay.
And what then? Do you have any point in your mind that how to connect this issue again with the rural areas? Because rural sustainability again linked to peri-urban areas. Okay, so if there anything that rural, urban, peri-urban and rural linked and provide sustainability to entire landscape?
Yeah, maybe begin with the question of,
Yes.
is there a formal definition of the peri-urban?
Yeah, actually, as you are also familiar with, there is a lot of controversies relating to the nomenclature itself and how it should be used for the developed or the developed. And actually, peri-urban is basically used for the developing cities only. But there is a controversy because there may be a debate, because I was saying that this disconnect between the urban and the rural, it's actually a very recent one. And the urban school of the Chicago School of Urban Sociology played a leading role in creating this disconnect between the urban and the rural, where cities came to be looked upon as separate entities, completely separate from their from those areas which were located maybe within the greater city. But if we look back into the pages of history, we find that previously also, for example, in the cities of Near East, Asia, even medieval Europe, there were central institutions, the core city within the defensive walls, and then there were residences just beyond that wall, but not very far from the core area. And maybe people might call it a sprawl of today's sprawl, yeah. But the city used to depend for its subsistence on the ecosystem services provided by those areas just outside the defensive walls of the city. So there was a connection very much. And the problem actually came up, it became more complex with the creation of the disconnect between the rural and the urban. And I think that though there cannot be any universal theory, there cannot be mere generalizations that what is the peri-urban, what is the urban, but for this only actually history can be a very useful tool to look into the evolution of particular urban spaces, its interaction with the wider ecosystems, and the changing realities as history proceeds. So I think, yeah, and so far as the second question that are the waste properly recycled in the, yes, if you look into the city of Calcutta and the East Kolkata wetlands, it has been designated as the Ramsar site, but that is not important. More important is that this is the most unique and the largest area where the people recycles waste in a very scientific manner, and then you have to go to the field and you have to understand the process, and it is very much it's eco-friendly. There is no harm to eat those fishes and crops, because a number of tests number of surveys also has occurred to test that whether those things are consumable or not. And then the engineers, the civil engineers, are now trying to document those practices, and they are also trying to incorporate these practices in their mainstream planning. So this is really a unique system, and but this is only meant for the Calcutta, because the peri-urban of Bangalore, of Mumbai, they have other sort of number of other problems which actually Calcutta doesn't face. So I am again saying that it is really important to look into these unique trajectories of history, these historical conjectures and so on of particular urban spaces and their interactions with the peri-urban, with the hinterlands. Yes.
Very interesting, very good.
Yeah, very good. Other questions, reactions, comments?
Well, still it is very interesting that why the not in the today's context, why the waste, urban waste treatment plants is not considered as a viable alternative as a part of urban development or urban economy?
Because that is actually not necessary. So again, there is debate between ecologists, between planners. The planners saying that yes, we need a separate.
Can you explain what the scientific methods the local people are utilizing, which you
Yes,
not
yes.
explain?
I think that again can be another presentation. Yeah, but for example, I'll just give you small examples. I don't know whether those would suffice or not, because otherwise I can talk to you. I can give you measures which says about which actually documents a number of indigenous practices to recycle the. There is an entire mechanism of recycling waste. First, the waste actually it flows through the canals, the eastern canal system, which were days back constructed by the colonizers, and then they go to the Fagalderi ponds, and then water hyacinth and number of other things are used, which reacting with the solar energy, and there is also a certain kind of amoeba which play recycling roles. Then the waste is treated and then it goes to another pond, okay, which are called traditional pond. So there is an entire complex mechanism by which waste is treated, but it's a very cost-effective way of treating waste. So there is another paper of mine, it's called Sustainable Flows Between Kolkata and Very Urban Interface Challenges and Opportunities. It's recently coming up. So I will definitely share that with you. Because then you'll understand that some planners, they are saying that yes, Kolkata should have a separate waste treatment plan, but that would be really, harmful for the city itself, because it does not require a separate waste treatment plan. And if that particular plan is set up, then the people, the peri-urban or the poor people in the wetlands, they would really suffer a lot. And it will not be an economic or ecologic, viable alternative for Kolkata to treat its waste, because the natural system is already available. Nothing more needs to be done. What is to be done is to protect the wetlands.
So do you want to elaborate on that? Or? Well, I think another possible answer to your question for India more broadly, why there's not the move to build wastewater treatment plants like the US and Europe have done. I'm not an expert, but I wonder if part of the answer might have to do with the monsoons. So I know in the US, the older cities, when heavy rains come, the wastewater treatment facilities are inundated because our streets are tied to that system. So the rain falls, washes motor oil and other things from the streets into the gutters, and then they go into the wastewater treatment facilities. Those overflow into bodies of water that then become contaminated. It's a major problem. Maybe with the monsoon, it's not
viable. And also sunshine. Sunshine plays a very important role here. Sunshine, the water hyacinth, which is used for treating waste, and the fish also feed the water hyacinth, and the duck also they eat water hyacinth, and then again duck feed is very important as fish feed. So there is a kind of complex ecological cycle itself. So the system is itself interesting. That how the entire waste is recycled from the city in the East Kolkata wetlands.
Any other thoughts? I have one if no one else does, and then we can move on. Not terribly organized, so I apologize. They don't necessarily warrant a response, but I'm just going to share some thoughts I had as I was listening to your talk. And a lot of these are driven by my comparison of what I see and am familiar with, having grown up in the United States and time I spent in India, what I see here and the differences. And so, and some conversations with the students in the class I've been teaching about India's path to development. So what I was wondering is, in the United States, I think that we went through a period of industrialization, economic transition from agriculture to industry, and then services, and then the information economy, right? And then urban growth occurred mostly in the period it occurred in the industrialization period. And then by the time agriculture had been industrialized, as cities grew, they sprawled outward. So we call it urban sprawl, and we don't use the term peri-urban in the US. And so I guess what I'm wondering is that in the class I'm teaching, we've talked about how India is perhaps skipping the industrialization phase of economic development. In fact, maybe skipping the services phase as well, and with the IT sector jumping directly to the information economy. And so there are these more significant issues around urbanization, because there still is this very large rural population that in many cases is immediately adjacent to the cities themselves. And those connections that you were asking about, I think, are so much more vital to the livelihoods of these people, whereas in the US, the sprawl could happen without disrupting livelihoods, because people had already left that land, you know.
Yes. That is the challenge here, yes.
Yeah.
And I think that, contemporary urbanization, it has a kind of universal framework for these mega cities in India. But if we look into the pre-colonial and also the colonial period, we find separate histories of urbanization, where the Kolkata story would not fit into the Delhi case, because in Delhi the history is completely different from the coastal city, as again Patna was mentioning about the rise of the port towns in Calcutta and Chennai. But if you look at contemporary urbanization, I think there we can generalize. Why? Because again, as you were saying that when the sustainable city programs, and prior to that, World Bank was ready. It was acting as a foreign funder for development, and the development also included urbanization. Yes, so urbanization was actually being made by using the logic of foreign capital, and that actually, this is my view, that it did more harm to the cities, to the people, and everything was being pursued within the lens of sustainability, and sustainability was more a rhetoric than a reality in these kind of cities.
Very interesting. The last thought I had was going back to the talk of the chief guest this morning. And he mentioned at one point the various forms of capital and knowledge as capital. And I know in India, I haven't heard as much talk recently, but in the past there was a lot of concern with brain drain. Indians going to Europe and the US studying and then not returning. And it occurred to me that actually what we've experienced in the US is an internal brain drain. All the highly educated people live in the urban areas.
Yes.
You look at maps, demographic maps of the US, and the highest levels of education are concentrated in our cities. The rural areas have much lower levels of education, much lower levels of.
And that is also being promoted by people like Glazer and Trump of the city,
right.
high-density cities, and those things.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And it seems like if this is, again, I'm stuck with this idea that, and Patnaik told me in a separate conversation, he thinks that India always follows the U.S. path of development. It's just 60 or 70 years behind, depending on which aspect of development you're looking at.
That is also, imposed.
Yeah, sure, of course. But so it raises this interesting question, right? If the U.S. has experienced this brain drain internally from the rural to the urban, is that already happening in India, and what are the consequences as far as local traditional knowledge, loss of that knowledge, loss of livelihood and traditional practices? And so really interesting questions I think that your work is raising.
Thank you.
Good. Okay, thank you, Jimmy. So we are lucky enough, since only one of our scheduled panelists is here, to have Imran Khan from ISEC, who will present his work. And is it one of the presentations that's on the schedule, or is this a different? Oh, okay. Okay. And do you have a PowerPoint or?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll give them. Okay. This title or is it a different title? This title. Okay. Very good. So Imran's presentation is titled "A Preliminary Survey of Plankton and Freshwater Lake," a case study from the Gwalior district, Karnataka, India. And maybe while it's getting set up, I have the updated schedule for the rest of the afternoon, since we had to do a lot of shifting. I'll leave it up here, you can look at it on your way out. We'll be done early, but this session does go until 4, and then there will be a tea break. we're getting close to 4, so we might go right up until 4. 4 o'clock tea break, right out here. And then 4:15 will begin the second session, so panels 2.1 through 2.4. And then another tea break, and then at 6 o'clock we'll have our second keynote plenary followed by dinner. Not loading.
I'm going to bring this work. This is the best preliminary work what I did. The preliminary center of London Freshwater Lake, taken from the Gulbarga district, Karnataka, India. This Gulbarga district is located in Karnataka, is the entirely arid region. Here we are working on this plantains. This my presentation is giving the outline of my presentation letter and everything. This what is plankton? This before doing the word plankton is originated from the Greek word for flattering. Planktons are free floating and microscopic organisms in aquatic ecosystems. Planktons are mainly two types. It is the zooplankton and the phytoplankton.
Can you go on without us seeing it? Maybe just
Students learning. Let anyone study.
This one is gone.
Full screen mode, sir.
Huh?
Full screen mode, sir. Double switch.
Full screen mode हटा देंगे.
नहीं दिखा. स्लिप कर दो सर.
वो साइड स्लिप.
These are the in aquatic ecosystem there is a life cycle. Like you can see these planktons are the primary organisms in the aquatic ecosystem. They are like these planktons are the planktons they feed on the primary planktons are the phytoplanktons. These zooplanktons are feed upon these phytoplanktons. They survive just I'm giving my just about my study area. My study area is located in the Karnataka in Gogi village, Shahpur. The district is passed under the river basin Krishna and the tributary of river Bhima. These both. The average coordinates are given here. This latitude and longitude of my study area. The district is bounded with the west by Bijapur district and north by Gulbarga district and the south by Rajpur district and the east by Nagari district of Andhra Pradesh. In the district, here I have given map of the study area. In the climate, in summer the climate is like 38 to 44 degrees centigrade. In monsoon there is 27 to 37 degrees centigrade. And average rainfall between 70 to 50 millimeters per year. In my study area. This is the view of Gogi Lake. The view of Gogi Lake from here. This is a remote sensing map we developed to understand the water bodies in the study area. These methodologies will follow plankton. plankton sample was collected from the lake between 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. This is early morning. The qualitative analysis of plankton net is used for quantitative analysis. Plankton net is simple and conical, known prepared with the nylon bolting cloth with measures 50 micrometers. The body is attached to its lower end. The step on the bed of the hand is deepened to 20 to 25 cm below the water surface and is horizontally towed for a distance 50 meters is about 15 to 20 meters. Here I have given the entire methodology. Something is going on.
It's okay, this is a flow chart.
This is the flow chart of that methodology what we follow. And these are the materials used that liver solution buffered formalin used to preserve the planktons. These are the methodology images. The graphs are not showing.
This looks like the most important slide.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I'm not able to explain.
No problem, it's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. In this study, we found novel tube plankton. There are 21 species phytoplankton and there are 22 species of planktons. And phytoplankton, there are 21 species phytoplankton and there are 17 genera and 12 families and 4 classes. Not able to.
No laptop now.
Yeah, I have my
You can
laptop.
have another laptop.
You want to try to plug another laptop in to see it?
He is a young researcher and he needs your the kind of encouragement. This is his first presentation. So I think he's a very good researcher. Works in the field on the issues of biodiversity. So is there anyone to support?
Thank you, Aman.
Yes, sir.
IT support, good.
Yes, sir. First rule of the writing. Check whether the device is plugged in or not.
That's right.
Explain this.
Central aquatic question life cycle. These are the phytoplankton that they will survive. They will take the sun and they will survive. And these two planktons they feed upon phytoplankton, they will survive. And these two planktons were fed upon by small fish and larger gravity. And these small fish, this is the life cycle of the aquatic ecosystem. And finally predators. Here I have shown. This is the methodology we follow. Plankton collection in early morning like 6 to 9 in between. That is a good time to collect the plankton from the water, and we preserve that one, and we preserve the two types of worms, and finally identification by daily laboratories. This is the materials we use: Ruba solution and buffer formula. On GPS and microscope attached with camera, so that CCD camera we use to identify these species. These are the method images, and there are 21 phytoplanktons and 24 zooplankton we identified in that lake, that Gogi lake. These are the phytoplanktons they belong to. There are 21 species they belong to 17 genera and 12 families. There comes under 4 classes. These are plankton species represented according to there are 4 classes in phytoplanktons. In that, most of the species they belong to Bacillophyceae species class species of the most dominant species. This is the phytoplankton diversity. There are there are 12 families. In that, most of the species they belong to Brachylaceae and Gymnopteraceae. These are the 2 families, the most dominant families in that particular lake. These are the list of phytoplanktons I have given here. This study was conducted in 2 seasons, that is April to May and October to November, to understand the diversity in 2 seasons. Like that is the before rainy season and after rainy season. Just before rainy season, we found these are the places I have given the presented species and the absent species. Before rainy season, we found more species compared to after rainy season. These are the phytoplanktons who are observed under microscope. These are the names I have given here. Different types of phytoplanktons from water. These are the zooplanktons. Here we find 24 zooplankton species. They belong to 20 genera and 13 families and 4 classes. In that, most of the species they belong to rotiferans. Almost we found 17 species of rotiferans we find in that lake. These are the 4 classes as I told. These are the 4 classes we observed in that 4 classes of zooplanktons we observed in that particular area. There is a Brachiopoda species of the class of the most dominant class in that Gogi lake. These are the zooplankton diversity according to their family. In that there are Brachylidae family has 6 species of zooplanktons, and remaining are like 3 to 1. They are showing similar kind of diversity in every family. These are the zooplankton same. We studied for zooplankton. We studied like before rainy season, after rainy season. Here also we observed there means maximum number of species before rainy season. We found so many species compared to after rainy season. This because of why we found what I am concluding that before rainy season the water will be stagnant and we can find so many planktons. After rainy, once rain will come. Once rain comes, that species are washed away from that particular area. That's why we found very less species after rainy season. These are the zooplanktons we collected from the study area. These are the different zooplanktons, and these are the threats to that particular Gogi lake water fund. These are biotic factors like grazing in the surroundings area, and human effects like they are fishing and they are washing clothes in that lakes, and they are disturbing the diversity of that particular area. And there are so many hydrological effects and climate change and less rainfall, and the activities of villagers are threat to the lake and its ecosystem and food web. People are using lake for bathing. These are the effects they are doing harm to that lake. Lake awareness is one of the reasons for polluting the environment of the lake in the study area. These are I am concluding with this freshwater ecosystems are primary shelters in aquatic biodiversity. It includes flora and fauna, other microorganisms, which will show the ecosystem health of the, which will indicate the ecosystem health. And the study area falls in similar region of the country and having more water stress in that particular area, and is therefore keeping various factors in use. There is a need for conserving of water ecosystems for sustainable social and ecological development of threatened ecosystems. The number of species are less in comparison to the lake ecosystems of arid areas. This compared to another areas, here we are finding very less species. This clearly indicates the species diversity of planktons, either phyto or either zooplanktons, is being disturbed. Therefore, functioning of Gogi Lake will not be sustainable in long run. This lake won't be sustainable for long run. Integrated plan for conservation of aquatic ecosystems is required for the development of ecosystems in healthy ways. These are the we are going to do this work. We are going to undertake for further studies. There is a water quality testing in that particular lake. and season variations in species in different seasons, in autumn, winter, we are going to say, and climate change, how is the climate change showing impacts on this phytoplankton, zooplankton, and physical and chemical effects. These totally, these these planktons are totally dependent on their this physical and chemical effects. Chemicals. Just we are going to study of this physical and chemical effects, how it's affecting on that particular species. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Khan?
Sir, so how this phytoplankton helps in this waste management, waste mitigation, and all this?
Do the phytoplankton do any
Yes.
clarification of the water, any purification of the water?
Yes.
Ecological importance of this phytoplankton.
Yeah.
That topic.
This only we are asking about phytoplankton or zooplankton both.
They are phytoplankton.
Only
They are the primary
They
producer.
are primary product.
If they are not there, the entire ecosystem will be getting disturbed. They are required in the ecosystem. So, but what he has mentioned is that their diversity is very less there. If in the similar areas, in particular the arid region, they have studied other lakes where they have found more than 80 or 60 species.
Okay.
And here they have found only 21 species. So there is disturbance in the lake ecosystem.
So you can relate this disturbance
Yeah,
with this
so they are the
existence of phytoplankton.
mainly due to the human interference. They are not very much care about this lake ecosystem, and they are doing whatever they want. So there is just emphasis
can
on
measure-
the conservation of lake. Yeah. So he has mentioned that kind of awareness is required.
Sir, so you mentioned that the population of zooplankton more than the phytoplankton. So that way they can't survive in the long run. So do you have any solution in mind what kind of thing we can adopt, or some strategy or something that we can, solve the problem? Do you have any solution?
Solutions are there, but we should aware that actually problem is that phytoplankton is totally dependent on the chemical and actually the water, the planktons are depending on the water quality. They are disturbing the entire ecosystem of that particular lake. That's why it won't run in what I told, that is the zooplankton number is high. But if you take the population size, if you quantify the size, the number will be high. For example, in classroom, like if you compare with 2 classrooms, here there are 20 students, here are 40 students. The talented students more what's called?
No, what he is saying is that this person is very well.
Yeah, very
You
well,
are also explaining. I got your point, but you are
Yeah.
telling. He said the zooplankton are higher than number of species, but he is talking about diversity,
Diversity.
not density of the
Density.
species. Total volume he is not talking about. The volume of the phytoplankton would be more than the zoo. What he is saying.
But species are less, but the number is high.
So means that the biodiversity will be low in that case. The number of species is low.
Yeah,
But the population is high.
So how will it affect the entire ecology? If the population of a specific species is low compared to other, but in volume they are more still. So how does it affect the entire chain we talked about? About phytoplankton, zooplankton, digestion game. If the population is still more,
Yeah.
then how does the lack of one species or 2 species affect the entire chain?
Yeah, it will affect.
That's what I'm asking.
Species diversity. Yeah? If species, understand the diversity. Total species in a particular area. If total display of planet Earth, all species are there. Screw of you see the entire planet Earth is a kind of aeroplane. Okay? Just hypothetically you imagine. And it's fine. One screw comes down, fall on the ground, nothing will happen to the aeroplane. Okay, it will continue flying and it will land somewhere else. Next time it take off and again one screw goes down, nothing will. But slowly its strength will be coming down, and one day it will be completely broken. So what he is saying is that we need more species diversity to ensure the sustainability of particular ecosystem. So species diversity is important than just the volume or abundance.
So if the basic species are not there, then does
sustainability.
These are still here.
I have one question. I know you weren't obviously studying over a long period of time, but you must have some idea of the decline of this ecosystem. And I guess what I'm wondering is, does the human population that relies on it, has it changed demographically? Has it changed in the types of occupations, livelihoods? People are using this body of water in different ways than maybe they did 20 or 30 years ago. Because, and there could be even a complication. Maybe the community has, the socioeconomic status of the community has improved, and that means that they're using this in ways that they didn't. Cleaning vehicles, I saw on there, cleaning vehicles. So you're seeing some of that. Are you seeing some changes in the village, or changes in the community, in the way people live their lives, impacting this body of water?
What kind of changes you have after what you asked? Is there any changes? That kind of socio-cultural
Changes in the human population.
Yeah.
Changes.
Yeah, I didn't find much changes in the human
Means the way they are using the lake, Gogi lake. Means the acidity or alkaline level might have grown up. So it becomes very difficult for the phytoplankton and planktons to grow and work upon it. Moreover, the fishing that feeds to the growing population in urban areas, and the people, those who are depending on the fishing in the Gogi lake. So that this causes the problem, because the top predator, you can say, has become the human. So finally the pyramid of the ecosystem gets disturbed. So this is the danger for the survival of the lake, and it is also a question of the sustainability of those people who are living on the products of the lake. But earlier they were dependent on it, not they are exploiting it.
Yeah.
Maybe they, or maybe some others who are in an organized way or mechanized way. So this may be a good problem.
That's the point. Yes. You can explain if you want. No. So there is changes in social setup, and other people were.
When they are washing clothes there, so the dirt is going there. So it becomes very difficult for the planktons to or the zooplanktons to feed upon it.
What if earlier people were using the water from a lake for drinking, but now water is supplied to the village households, and they are really less concerned for it. That is the one point. Second, a kind of acculturation taking place in the society. Young generation is really, they don't care much about the traditional way of management of resources. So that is one of the reasons. And there are so many other factors.
But the first thing you said was that they depended on the water, on the lake for drinking water. Once the water was piped in.
Yes, then they don't have much.
Very interesting. Good, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, why don't we break there, a few minutes early anyway. The updated schedule is here on your way out if you want to check it, but it's simple at this point. Tea break, and then at 4:30, session 2 will begin. So I'll look forward to seeing you at a future session. Tomorrow we'll be back on track. Everything will stay on time. Hopefully.
ऐसा शुरू हो रहा है
And you introduced yourself earlier, correct? Is it available? So Gaurav, you can do you want to take my notes and you can test them in for your assignment? Very good question. Very good question, yeah.
Photo title, how is it related to they wrote about types of these and blah blah blah.
Yes.
What important?
One of the examples of airplane what is the importance of they are importance of biodiversity
Distinct from
how to prevent the ecology of the
So, the greater the diversity, the more resilient the species is to disruption. So you have a single species, even if the population is high, there could be, let's say, increase in water.
Of this same yes.
It's a kind of food.
So the species cannot. So if the one species cannot survive if the water temperature goes above 12 degrees, then the entire population dies. But you have diversity, maybe some survive.
yes I have heard
Same with humans.
We need diversity.
We need diversity.
Every diversity, we have to conserve our diversity. Cultural diversity, particularly in India. The way it's declining day by day. And we just follow the way to forest. That's it. This is not.
But I think exactly India's strength is its cultural diversity, village diversity that you're losing. But it's dwindling. They're becoming more and more westernized.
globalization is the main reason. I think all the major cultures convert to a single culture from it.
But they were not able to come to compromise.
Living one style, one
Right, the assignment. It's okay. Just summarize the one presentation. Your group should be assigned tomorrow. Come to that one, and everybody should be there so you get to summarize this work. For today, just the one.
उससे बड़ा प्यार बोलते सिखाने बट बिकॉज दे आर सेलिब्रेट ये दो सब मेरे को सब
Yeah, but I didn't
किसी भी हवा से पढ़ने
क्या है ना हमने बहुत राज किए हैं हम ऊपर देखते हैं हमेशा हम सोचते हैं कि ऊपर हमसे वो ऊपर हम जो करें वो करें हम भी बड़े हो जाएंगे वो अलग ग्लोबलाइजेशन अब क्या होगा ना आप बाहर जाओगे बड़े देश के अंदर वहाँ आप अपना पता नहीं जगह पूरी पहन लो 500 लोग चीज़ पे घूमने होंगे आपको नहीं है कि मैं यू वांट टू बी कॉमन
but here we are here we should promote our own
proud of our own culture. Our own clothing, we are considering ourselves inferior compared to
because of the foreigners. They have set mentality about us that our culture is inferior to their culture. That's the basic tendency.
Yes. Third year. Information technology. It's integrated. This we do 5 years course and we do BTech plus Tech. And the third year of that phase.
हमारा मेरा नहीं
दोनों एक ही में है।
यहाँ नहीं है
यहाँ नहीं है।
चलना बढ़ जाते हैं आप।
नहीं ये वाला वहाँ लगा है। जो ये का है वो
अब तो खत्म ही हो गया मौलाना सर लोग सॉल्व कर रहे हैं सब R&D करी लो। पढ़ना भी होगा, कुरियर करना पड़ेगा। हम भी बैठ चुके हैं यार, 4 लेक्चर ले चुके हैं, हमारा हो चुका कंप्लीट। ड्रोन टाइम में हो चुका है।
ये तो अपना है ना पक्का बाबू, 3 बार अपना रूम है ना पक्का है।
हमारा हो गया?
नहीं अभी तो बचा है,
हमारा एक टाइमिंग था, एक टाइमिंग था हमारा। चल हमारा दोस्त चला,
तो जो भी है अभी 2 बचा है ना, और
चारों प्रेजेंटेशन की हमारी आज की 4 हो चुकी है, टेबल के अंदर 4 हो चुकी है। तुम इसी ग्रुप में हो गया? इसी ग्रुप में हो गया तुम?
नहीं हमारा ग्रुप अलग है, पैनल नंबर
चलो बैलेंस बंद किया।
नहीं निकल सकता ना, दिक्कत
हवा भर दूँ बताते इतना यार, वो तो मैं भर दूँगा।
मैं ये तो कहने जा रहा हूँ, नेक्स्ट सेंटेंस लीव द
अच्छा मैं आगे कौन से के आपको साथ हमारी आदत है अपना स्तर बढ़ाए बस
छक्का मार के चल दिया।
मैं पक्का कहती थी तूने मेरा पक्का पता मेरा क्या है, मेरा बड़ा है, लोग उसके हमारे फ्लोर में आ जाते हैं, इससे पकड़ना बड़ा और सारा होता है। पता है मेरे में ध्यान देना वो नहीं है, क्या करिए
systems in our. We have a computer. Are the presenters here? Check if the presenters are here. Did you see any of the presenters? No? Last one? Sorry. Right. Okay, so none of the presenters are here. They'll be around. Should we? Okay, we have our thing. We have this.
Sir, come. He will do.
We gotta go back to the city, right? We pulled up. We took the auto yesterday.
So how many speakers are there in this session?
Any of the
Sneha Gaurav?
4 speakers, but not one of them.
Any of them?
So none of the speakers are here, huh?
Yeah,
Then it's very good.
Okay. So how long are we gonna wait? 10 minutes?
15 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for question.
And how many minutes we're gonna wait for them to show up before we leave? That's what I'm asking. Have you seen any of these guys around?
One speaker is there. Where are the speakers?
So again, so I have a reason to come back. Who's the master in charge?
So you started from me. Discussion.
Yes, come on. That's better. Good. Serious? This is better. That's a fun one.
Get the camera.
Are you one of the presenters? Yes. Fantastic. What's your
Yes,
name?
my name is Sunil.
Sunil.
Yes.
You're supposed to be the last one, but you're going to be the first.
No problem. I can begin this one.
Do you happen to know any of the other presenters?
We can.
Yeah. Just
Not your laptop charge, fully charged or not? Okay, it's done fine. Yes. Again, same problem here. Same problem. You cannot to my laptop. No, I think there is problem with this.
What's the problem?
It's not coming in screen.
How many speakers are there? Only one.
Oh, there's one now.
You are able to prepare for one speaker.
One.
One and two.
One. The second. So now what?
How
Okay, and what's wrong with this now? You
no, I tell you see, contents are complete not coming here.
See, Stephen is saying to shift all the speakers to next.
So here three. One more.
How many do they have there?
Three speakers. Sir.
One is here, already here, and here, and one more may come. So
No.
no.
Only two. So
How many do they have in the other one?
it was 3 plus 2, 5. It will be better.
Well, up to them to decide.
And if they are asking me, break here. Okay, we'll first here. Okay, then, yeah. So, Imran, can you come? To my laptop.
Do you like more?
Done? How to do that?
Now it's like that. That is it's on the screen.
Imran, you connect, I will start. Okay. So, good afternoon. My name is Samir, not here, and I am here to make a presentation on the student biodiversity under changing climate, resource flow under changing climate. I am not here to give the final solution, how to cope up with the changing climatic situation and how to. This is still ongoing study, but we have yet something to understand. Why this study is important? Generally in India, till today, we are using GCM, Global Climate Model or Regional Model, to predict the scenario for the country which is highly diverse. And outcome is just negative. We are not getting any fruitful results where our policy can be implemented in the proper scientific way. There's a reason. If you go with the McKinsey model, Terry model, IIC model of the climate change, they are showing different trends. Okay? For example, India is given. Morning you have heard about the many insights from the speakers, Professor Pari, Professor Patnaik, the colleague from USA. India was given space to emit the carbon dioxide equivalent to 3.2 gigaton. Okay, per year we are allowed to emit 3.2 gigaton of carbon dioxide, and at present we are emitting 1.5 gigaton. So every year we are saying 1.7 gigaton of CO2. Okay, so this is equivalent to 35 US billion dollars. I'm not going to discuss that issue here. And now the thing is that how we have to save this space for future. If the people from developed country, they want to utilize our space, so we should have sufficient space to give to them so that they can support the technological development, other development. Okay, but again here the predictions are very different. Some says we are going to cross this limit by 2020. Some are saying we are going to cross this limit by 2030, and some say 2040. This is quite confusing. So then we have discussed why this is happening. This is happening because India is a highly diverse country. We have 127 agroclimatic sub-regions. Okay? And issues related to micro-level climate change studies are not available in the country. We are using the step-by-step data and saying something about the climate. Okay? So what we decided to do is that we initiated in 2010. We made a proposal to Department of Science and Technology. We have this proposal. We want to undertake study in the micro level of the country, and we want to choose some of the ecosystems of our country. Okay? And let us understand how farmers are adapting themselves under changing climate, or are they aware whether climate is changing or not? Okay, so how to understand that? So therefore we have undertaken this study.
Go on.
Okay, so what we decided to do is that out of 127 agroclimatic subzones, we have chosen 4 agroclimatic subregions. One is in Himalaya, second one is in the Western Ghats, third one is the arid regions where he is in his PhD, and fourth one is in the Eastern Ghats. Here I am concentrating on the states related to Western Ghats. What we have done here and what we have experienced when we are talking about the climate. It's very complex issue. Complex issue is that the basically main actor till they start idle. Basically we are working the rural ecosystem, and the main actor in rural area is the farmer, isn't it? Farmer, and his activity, when we say that there is something, resources are getting depleted, and our resource consumption is going high, or there is a resource degradation, we blame that this is our interaction with the ecosystems in not happening in a very sustainable way. Okay. Who is doing that? The people who are in the rural landscapes. We generally think that. Okay. And when he do, means farmers, when they do this, they are influenced by variety of driving forces. Okay, n number of driving forces, and they get influenced and they decide what to do in their mainland. Okay. Mainland is the agriculture. Agriculture is not an independent sector in our country, unlike the country like North America or Europe. They have very independent agriculture. They don't need to do anything with the natural ecosystems. Here, our agriculture is entirely dependent on surrounding resources. And to harness a unit of energy, output from the agriculture, we need 6 megajoule energy to go to the agriculture system in terms of resources. When we collect resources, deep or whatever it is, we should numeric data and then put into the agriculture again and then harvest the resources. Okay. This is quite complex. So when there is some changes in the land, there is an impact on the natural ecosystem. So that's the main gist of this study, and we will discuss that what to do. We will be taking part in this discussion as well. So, the structure and functions of ecosystem in and around protected areas of biodiversity hotspots, resource needs and resource flow under changing climate. So, there are titles that are quite complex. First is structure function, protected areas, biodiversity hotspots. This is one word, protected areas. These 2 words make one definition. Second, biodiversity hotspots. Third, climate, changing climate. 3 things we are going to discuss here. Okay? So I made a content for making more simple about, since the title says the biodiversity hotspots, so about the biodiversity hotspots. Okay? Then our research approach, how we are following, study area methodology, people perceptions on climate change, the activity in village ecosystem and resource requirement, land use and land cover change, and resource flow, people perception, what was there, protected areas, about the protected areas, and approaches and conclusion. So I told that farmers' activities are driven by a variety of driving forces. Here you see, one is climate. One is climate, and one is protected area. 2 drivers in same ecosystem, and there are many others. Change in socioeconomic conditions, influence of market, change in socio-cultural conditions, so many. But you see, there are 2 prime drivers. Okay, so how farmers behave under this kind of situation. So about the biodiversity hotspots, we will make one by one clear. We have enough time, so we can discuss. What are the have you ever heard? Yes. The hotspot, biodiversity hotspot. This is very interesting definition was given by Myers when he published an article in Nature. You please search it in Google, you will get that article. If not, send me mail, I will send. Very interesting definition. I will come to that later, but we must know that 90% of life on the earth lives in 34 hotspots, the world's most biologically rich but most threatened places. These are the hotspots. And this picture is a few kilometers away from my home. I'm from Himalaya, working in Bangalore. So this picture is, Himalaya is one of the biodiversity hotspots. There are 34, we have 2 million. So these are the location of 34 biodiversity hotspots. And they are home for 90% of biological diversity. So Myers argued, yeah, definitely we need biodiversity, but if we are able to conserve these places, these 34 hotspots, we will definitely conserve in our future. Okay? An interesting point about these 34 biodiversity hotspots is that they cover less than 2.5% area of the planet Earth. Less than 2.5. Home of 90% of the global biodiversity. And 20% of the population in the world they live in the biodiversity hotspots. They are highly complex areas. So very interesting point what Professor Patnaik mentioned in the morning when he said there is a need of integration of social dimension into our scientific, technological and related interventions. Here this specifically shows that if generally it is considered that human beings are threat to the biodiversity. Okay, what he had mentioned that when they said we have to maximize the resource output from nature and these that human beings are considered. But traditionally, had that been the case, these areas would not have been here on the world. Because 20%, very significant population of the world residing in less than 2.5% area, and they are still rigid biodiversity. It means traditionally people are conservative. They have their own traditional ecological knowledge related to conservation and use of the resources. Okay? And the one important point about this biodiversity hotspot is that the population growth, because most of them are tribal communities. The population growth in these biodiversity hotspots is increasing at the rate of 1.8% per year, which is again higher than the world's population, average population growth rate. So it's very, very complex. Okay? And how to qualify for a biodiversity hotspot? Again, this is a kind of definition which World Conservation Organization has given. To qualify as a hotspot, a region must meet two strict criteria. Number one, it must contain at least 1,500 species of vascular plants, means higher plants, clearly divided into root, shoot, leaves and whatever it is, or structured bodies, not hallus. Must contain at least 1,500 vascular plants, means 0.5% of world's total. So it means how many plant species are in the world? 300,000. Okay? And out of that 300,000, 1,500 should be in an area which cannot be available elsewhere in the world. Endemic to that region. You know, this is the definition of endemism. For example, endemism means a species is restricted to that particular locality due to variety of factors, whether biological, biophysical, whether regional, and whether other anthropogenic factors. For example, kangaroo in Australia, they are only there because this is surrounded by sea. They can't come out of that. We have many plants in Himalaya and many Western Ghats. Okay, so these 1,500 species are in a particular area and cannot be elsewhere else. It means it is fulfilling the criteria of biodiversity. Second thing is that it has to have lost at least 70% of its original habitat. Again, controversial. After losing that much of biodiversity, still they are able to conserve 1,500 species. This is very important. Okay, and in India, we have two important such spots, Western Ghats and Himalaya. These two areas together conserve 6,500 species. So in India, 6,500 what we have in these two biodiversity are not available as in the world. So therefore, these areas are important for the country, and therefore, India is one of the mega biodiversity countries in the world because of these two reasons. Okay, आपका मध्य प्रदेश में भी बहुत है बायोडाइवर्सिटी, लेकिन मध्य प्रदेश में इतनी सारी एंडेमिक स्पीसीज नहीं है. Eastern Ghats is highly floristically rich area, quite comparable to the Western Ghats, but unfortunately couldn't meet the criteria because they don't have 1,500 species as endemic species in the Eastern Ghats. Do you know Eastern Ghats? Eastern parts of the, but Odisha, Tamil Nadu, and all those. Western is towards Kerala, Karnataka, and Maharashtra, coming down to Sri Lanka. So, keeping that in view, the background of our research is we do research for biodiversity conservation, we do research for people living in the area that are rich in biodiversity, and we do research to link people welfare to the well-being of wild species. And our research approach emerged from two popular approaches in the biodiversity conservation. One is ecosystem approach of the Convention of Biological Diversity of UNCED, and second biodiversity hotspot approach of conservation international, which Maya has already explained long back. Okay, and ecosystem approach is that what we have heard in the morning. That is a strategy for the integrated management of land, water, and living resources that promote conservation and sustainability in an equitable way. And it recognizes that humans with their cultural diversity. I think morning it was very interesting to listen to Professor Patnaik and followed by Professor Parak. With their cultural diversity are an integral component of ecosystem. That we must know why this is important, the cultural diversity, and how it has to be integrated in the modeling, particularly in the climate modeling, ecological modeling. I give you an example related to that. They have their own role to play, and that has to be included. When particularly a country like India, when we exclude many of such components, so we are not really doing very. We are not in a tune to implement the research from the laboratory to the land. This has to be included. Okay? I think this during discussion we can discuss that. I will go for the next one. Okay, there are n number of efforts are made for conservation of biodiversity, and our policy makers and decision takers, they have recognized the potential importance of flora and fauna, biological resources, and particularly India, when in Himalaya and Western Ghats, when they recognize the potential of these important species, they started segregating the landscape. Okay, creation of the protected areas, which started in India in 1936. When they established the Haley National Park, now Jim Forest National Park. However, in USA, they started doing segregating the land in 18th century, when they established the Yellowstone National Park. We were a little late. This is very good approach. We must conserve the biological resources, but country like India, we have to deal with the humans equally. Why we have to deal with the humans equally? Because in India, we still have 200,000 villages, 2 lakhs villages. They are considered as a recognized or identified as a forest villages, and they are in the matrix of the forest. So definitely, no one wants to be in the forest. If you will be, for 1 or 2 days, you will be happy to go to the forest. But if you are given 1 billion rupees to stay in the Himalayan Western Ghats for 10 years, you will return 2 billion to us and you will deny that fact. Definitely, but till we provide solutions with them, we have to provide better solutions so that livelihood will be increased, people living there, and biodiversity can be continued. Okay? So, what happened in India is protected areas are increasing, and now we have more than 800. Okay? And they are occupying the very significant land resources, more than 10% in those 2 hot spots, the Himalaya and the Western Ghats. Okay? So now, keeping that in view, this is a very background of the research. Okay? Why biodiversity is important? Why Himalayan Western Ghats is important? What kind of efforts are being made? Mostly the protection, top-down approach of the conservation was implemented. Keeping that background and climate zone of factor, we have chosen the area for our study, for this study. It's called BR Hills, Viligiri Ranga Temple Tiger Reserve. This is located, this is the Western Ghats and this is the Eastern Ghats. And this is a biological region between Eastern and Western Ghats. Very important habitat for the biological biodiversity. We don't have such habitats elsewhere in India except MM Hills, Tamil Nadu. It's a very important area. They have 3 components of conservation. One is core area, definitely this is the corridor I told you, and living laboratories for the biodiversity. And in this area, there are a dominant tribal communities residing since time immemorial, called Soliga tribal communities. Okay, so when they are there now, Government of India in 2010 declared that area as a tiger reserve, and more strict policies are being implemented there. Okay, so again, you see, when what I told you at the very beginning, when we are doing the study related to anything, particularly in rural area of our country, it's very, very complex. We have to take n number of factors into consideration. Okay, so this area we have chosen for our study. This is the location of the area in Karnataka, And you see this is a very dense forest, and in the matrix of the forest there are the habitation of the tribal communities. Okay. So there are, I will not go to the details of this slide, but there are 63 settlements of the Soliga tribals. Okay, locally they said Podus. Podus in Kannada means the people where they started settling down, because they were a kind of nomadic society. They started settling down, and around that settlement they started doing their agriculture. So that is called Podu. Okay, there are 63 Podus in that area. They are hills, and these are the brief social information, how many households are there. That's not so important. So this is our framework for this study. Empirical field studies using socioeconomic questionnaires, analysis of secondary data and satellite data. Primary data and secondary. Secondary data we mostly use the satellite data. So to testify our own data what we have generated from the field. And then mixing the data, analyzing and understanding the system functioning there, and developing a kind of modeling to predict scenario for development of that particular area. How we can provide solutions. Okay?
Okay, a side note.
Yeah.
You've been talking about 20 minutes now.
Okay.
For the normal sessions, the maximum is 15 to 20, but I've let you go on a bit longer because
Okay.
we only have 2 presentations.
Sure.
And I would ask you to limit to about 5 more minutes. Would that be okay?
Now, okay.
Yeah.
So I will do this in 5 minutes. No problem. Yeah. So this now we are coming to the climate. So this climate is definitely changing. What we are doing is that when this particular season where the very less rainfall or high rainfall, how farmers behave during that period of time. We are documenting that knowledge. Okay? And people, they have their own perception about the climate change. Okay? We have developed some indicators. The positive, negative regions have gone out. Chairperson has given very less time. I will go quickly. Positive, negative, neutral, whatever. What are the indicators for increase in rainfall, whatever, n number, 10 indicators we have developed for that. So, keeping that in view, that background in view, we have tried to analyze the activities of people in that particular area. Okay? How the economy from various sources is coming to the household. So we have found that activities related to agriculture has come down. Animal husbandry also declined. We have statistics on that. I am not going to give it here because one is time constraint. Non-timber forest collection from the nature is coming down, and people are engaged in outside of the field. So there is a shift in income generation activities. Agriculture based outside. Okay. Second, contribution from various sectors. If you see, a few decades ago, maximum share was coming from the agriculture, followed by NTFP's collection, animal husbandry, and very less was from outside labor. But now this composition has been changed. Maximum is coming out from the outside labor and followed by other activities. So this is a kind of shift in the area, and certainly this has some impact. Okay. Now I told resource flow in the area, how the resources are being collected from the nature. For example, newspaper, house construction material in 72 and 2002 per capita per year. This is the resource flow in the this I am not going to describe in depth, but we are understanding how monetary and energy is flowing in the village ecosystem, keeping those all complexity in view. This is the for present, how what was happening in past and what will happen in the future. Okay. This is the forest area map of the study area. It's very dense. We have prepared the land use and land cover map for 4 points of time. It's an example. Yes, there is some improvement. If you see here in 1992 and 1999, definitely there is change. The dense forest in the area is really increased. Okay, so I don't know whether this is which factor is working here. The strict protection or something else. Okay. So now, keeping those results in view, who is the driver? Protected area or climate? The policies are there, and climate is also influencing. Which is the driver? If you go to the villages, since they are directly dealing with the policies of whom are leaders, directly dealing with the policies, then they have their own perception about the policy. Maximum of the majority of the population, they have very negative attitudes, and the reason for negative attitudes are n numbers. Then agriculture, then collection of NTF, many examples they have quoted. So if we have to find a proper solution for that, we have to have very long-term monitoring and data for the particular area. But what we have now, we have sectoral data set and temporal data set for all the sectors. I am giving you an example. For other sectors, completely missing. We have to have that database and lack of comprehensive action plan to suggest for farmers to adapt to the changing situation. Okay. So here I mentioned I mentioned at the beginning that this is the theoretical the background. Okay. So climate is only one component. There are other factors also responsible for changing its behavior. And then he has something to do with the nature, and then we understand how nature is changing, how ecosystem is changing, and what is the reason for that. It's quite complex. Keeping that in view, we have the data in 5 scales: drivers, farmers, decision on the landscape, our landscape function, and economically, ecology. We have evaluated those activities. So, and if we are linking climate with the protected area network, we don't have studies here in India. Linking protected area with the climate. Okay, we don't have micro level study. We don't have it. So there are few study and reports are available, and it's very big changes for the big research because it's highly diverse, as I mentioned at the beginning. And I mentioned that we are using the global models and they are not able to help us how to propose the better solutions for the social and ecological development. Local level studies are not. So therefore we propose that we have to have the modeling, we have to have the studies at the micro level, particularly to testify, to support or to disprove the global models. If we provide this data set to the modelers, definitely they will tell us. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, questions, comments? Who would like to start?
Here.
Sure.
You see, regarding climate change, there is one debate, and that debate is that the responsibility of this climate change, climate change, is more on the developed countries and less on the developing countries. But now, under the mitigation effect, they are wanting, the developed countries are wanting that more area should be under forest, particularly in the developing countries. And so the responsibility is being shifted on the developing countries. So what do you have to say on this debate?
That's good thing, sir. Basically, yes, you are right that RED plus approach, reduction of emission from degradation and deforestation. Am I right? RED plus. India did not sign that. You are right. There is a much pressure on development. Earlier it was very different, sir. When we were talking that we have right to pollute, so because this is the effect of the climate change because of the cumulative emission which the Western countries have done in past, and we are facing it today. But what happened when this decade was going on, we have realized that we are the victims of the climate change. They are highly developed countries, they have technology to cope up to certain extent, but we are not having this kind of. So better to cope up with the situation, better to work together. We have seen recently the Kadaram disaster in last year in Gulbarga, how many lives we have lost there. The problem is that now we have to face the music and we are facing the problems. But when they are asking us to go for more area for forest, that's a very good idea. India governments are very interested to do that, because the first part of my presentation was that India government is really interested to give much more area under the protection. But the problem in India is that if much more area is given for under protection, then there is a very much conflict between the people, because still we have, I mentioned that 0.2 million villages are the forest villages. It is very complex. But India has to go for the more forest cover, that's for our own interest, definitely we should go, but not under any pressure. For example, if India did not sign Grade Plus, there's a reason. If India signed the Grade Plus, okay, then per hectare per year we are earning around $39. We are sequestering the carbon worth of $40. Okay, and if we go with the armed forestry, we go for the kind of promote, and we promote the envelopes with the pensions, a kind of agroforestry. There our income will be $499 or $500 per hectare per year. And country like India, where we have still 600 million people, they live in the rural landscape. Definitely, we must not follow very strict policies for the greening of the areas. Rather, we have to provide some alternative livelihood solutions to local people.
But this is one-side explanation.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, sure.
You see, at least in India, this is true, that wherever you have more area under forest, those are populated by indigenous people and tribal people. And in many areas in the world, you will find that indigenous population, you see, they are inhabiting forests. And therefore, the responsibility will be borne more by the tribal people, indigenous people, which leads to an inequitous relationship. And therefore, there has to be some compensatory mechanism of mitigation which is related to the livelihood issues. What do you have any comment on this?
Yeah, definitely mitigation. First is adaptation and mitigation. Mitigation, India has to play its own role in mitigating the threats related to climate change. And there is the debate now how to share our space. If we are given proper technologies for development of the rural areas at the cost of our space, what we have saved so far while emitting less, this kind of innovations and technological intervention should be made available to them. But you are right that they are the victims and they are facing the problem. Particularly in this, they are forced to leave the rural areas without offering any solution to them what they will do. They just ask this area is protected, now you have to leave the area. But what they will do out of the protected, if they are asked to go out from that, we don't have this kind of solution. But definitely we have to take in that direction.
No, but what is the alternative livelihood strategy?
Livelihood strategy is that first we have to find out what are their means of livelihood in that particular area. Can we generate same livelihood resources to them when they are asked to go out from that area? Can we? If yes, how develop that particular area? We have the example of that, particularly in Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve or in the Western Ghats, where people are living in the protected areas. Their income was much more higher before creation of the protected area, and biodiversity was very much intact there. Okay, I give the example, per family per year earning was 11,000 rupees in 1990. When the protection is given, it has come down, it's 9,000 rupees per family per year. So how to provide alternative solutions to them? Definitely there are n number of solutions are there, provided there is a will.
No, not will.
Yeah.
There has to be a policy measure.
Yeah, policy, yeah, definitely policy has to be definitely recommended for that. Research we can do, we have some innovation in that direction, particularly how to domesticate the species which are available in the nature, in the man leads the farmers. We are working with them and how to enhance their economic system. There are some of the interventions already made.
Okay. One more question I think we'll take on this one. If anyone has to present one, or we can save it in the end. You can go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, this is a work in progress, right?
Yeah.
And what is the possible outcome of this research in terms of policy implications? What is the possible outcome?
Yeah,
Can you make your question also available to us?
Yeah, he said what is the policy implications of this research? What is the policy approach? As I told, we don't have the micro level study, how farmers are adapting themselves, whether adaptation is taking place at individual level or entire village community is deciding to adapt changing under climatic conditions. That don't it all there. First, adaptation strategy. Second policy measure will be that whether micro level studies will support or contradict the global model which are currently in use in India. Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have at least one more presenter. Do we have any others? One. Okay. So I'm gonna try and give you about the same amount of time, but that's
this gentleman, and then we can have a, if there's anyone who has questions to either of the presenters, we can have those at the end.
I'm wearing Khan. I'm working as a senior researcher of CNR Asia. And this what I'm going to present here, this is my preliminary work. This is like below ground bird in arid landscapes. This is a case study. But here I'm going to present it's a base work of my study. Here we should know about the below ground biodiversity. What is below ground biodiversity? We can we are saying that biodiversity, generally we are talking about biodiversity. In that, what is below ground biodiversity? This biodiversity is like above ground and below ground. Below ground biodiversity we can see in soil organism, means it is nothing but soil organism. In the all the organisms we can find in the earth. Means this soil contains high diversity organisms such as so many bacteria and fungi and protozoans, nematodes and mites. Its mites is nothing but less than 1 millimeter in under soil, and so many columbulas and encyclopedias. These encyclopedias looking at earthworms and insects and other arthropods. There are so many organisms we can find in the soil. These are in that here why I highlighted this one. Just in my study I concentrated on these mites, columbulas and earthworms and insects and other arthropods. These are the resources for this all organisms. That is the roots of the plants or root surfaces, that is the rhizoplant or rhizosphere or organic matter. It's nothing but litter or humus. It's a mineral surfaces of course. The study of below ground biological communities and their influence and ecosystem properties is relatively new field of the ecology. This below ground this soil structure is totally based on the soil structure means the fertility of soil is totally based on the below ground biodiversity. This is soil structure, development and stabilization process shown in the relation to the roles of soil organisms. This is the process. There are the plants. These are the one food chain. This is the one chain. We can see in the soil organisms. There are plant residues and there are soil organic matter. These are the sources for bacteria and fungi. Again, they are eating by someone, and this is like this earthworms, and there are so many organisms. They are depending upon each means they are depending upon each and every organism type. And finally, these are the below ground biodiversity. But these below ground biodiversity organisms as the food sources for the above ground biodiversity. Above ground biodiversity also depends upon the below ground diversity in some cases. This is the functional groupings in soil organisms. There they did functional groupings depending upon their functions. They divided these soil organisms are divided into 4 types. That is a microorganism, that is a bacteria, fungi, and microfauna, that is protozoans and nematodes, which are less than 200 microns in the diameter, and mesofauna and macrofauna. Macrofauna is earthworms and insects and some other arthropods. This is the study area where I studied in the Gogi village. It falls under arid region in the Adgir district. This village is lies between this latitude and this longitude, and its elevation is 1609 feet. These are the district boundaries given. Bijapur is west, and the north by Gulbarga district, and south by Raichur district, and the east by Rangareddy district of Andhra Pradesh. Is the geographical location of my study area, and this is the climate in Gulbarga region. That's in the particular area. In summer this goes to 38 to 44 degrees centigrade, and monsoon there is 27 to 37 degrees centigrade, and the rainfall will be like 750 millimeters per year. In winter, the climate will be like 11 to 26 degrees. It's a dry winter. These are the materials and methods we use. These are the for getting this below ground biodiversity with Berlitz funnels and ethanol, camera, microscope, etc. we use. This study was undertaken in 2 seasons. That is June, July, and September to October. That before rainy season and after rainy season. Means to understand the how it's the below ground biodiversity, how it's depends on the rain. Just this is my concern. This is the methodology we followed. These are the soil samples we took. In that we made a 10 into 10 meters flat. In that I took 15 into 15 centimeters. We made a one quadrant. In that quadrant I made a 15 to 15 centimeters that circle, and I took the means I did like inside also 15 centimeters. I taken the soil without any disturbance, and next I am going. Yeah, and that soil sample I put in the Berlitz funnel for 8 hours. In that I switch on the light again in downside. Here I put the alcohol in that vessels, because for this light that what are the organisms organisms are there in the soil, they will come down, they will fall down into this vessels. And again I separated that one, and I separated and I collected into different small vessels. And finally I observed in microscope. And I took photographs also to get identified. There are 13 species for identified in the month of June and July. There are total 13 species. Means there are so many organisms, but I selected only that is a small area. That's why I found very 13 species of the in June and July months, and 19 species in September and October months. 9 species are commonly found. I found in two seasons. Earthworm is the most dominant species in the both seasons. In the before rainy also it's the most dominant, and after rainy season also it's most dominant species. Means after rainy season all the species diversity is high. These are the result. Finally I got the result in June July month. I found mites are there are mites and columbolans, earthworms and insects and other arthropods. I found these 4 types of species. In that columbolans and insects and other arthropods number is randomly increased after rainy season, because after rainy season the water, the litter everything it will get decomposed, and there are so many organisms I found there. These are the images I wanted to the different types of organisms. In that these are the columbolans. In columbolans there I found 4 types of columbolans. I drew dwarf columbolans like that. These are the conclusions. Soil ecosystems are primary shelter to below ground biodiversity. It includes so many organisms which indicate the proper functioning of ecosystem. The study areas this entire study area falls under arid region of the country and having various stress conditions. There is a need for conservation of below ground biodiversity for sustainable social and ecological development of the threatened ecosystem. Integrated plan for conservation of below ground biodiversity is required for the development of ecosystem in healthy way. Just this is the what I presented. That is my base study. But in future I am going to do this work. I am going to do further. I need some suggestions from your side. And compared to studying distributed and disturbed and undisturbed areas like grazing and non-grazing areas, how it's changing in below ground biodiversity, and quantification also I am trying to do in future, and various functional groups of soil organisms and their role in the arid landscape in different agriculture fields. Microorganisms and microfauna will be studied. What are the microorganisms? But here I didn't study these nematodes and polyphenols and protozoans. Just I am trying to study on that work also. And proper methodology will be prepared to document to do this kind of studies in different various places. Thank you. Any questions or suggestions?
keeping time very well, included. So we have a good amount of time for questions and comments. Would like to start? Please.
My question would be, how the soil pollution will affect these microorganisms, especially if there is infiltration of any leachate or leachate from nearby dumping grounds or anything. So how will it affect this fauna or population of these microorganisms? So are you going to include that also in your further studies?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
No, everything I mentioned is that but we have some 2 or 3 groups here. In future, he is understanding that, for example, in the agriculture field, where farmers are utilizing lots of insects and pesticides. How the
fertilizers, but also every now as the city or place is growing, the dumping grounds are also. So leachate will also.
So that will be on the point.
So aspect of leachate has to be taken into consideration. That is what I feel. Because yours is the base study.
Yes, ma'am, it's a base study.
Yeah. So, because leachates will carry most of organisms, volatile organic compounds.
Any other doubts and suggestions?
Can I ask you, since we are in a session of climate change and ecosystem change, could you elaborate a little bit on the significance on your findings or the influence of climate change on what you're finding and what you expect to find when you do your sort of further study?
What you will do? You explain. Did you get his point?
Yes, sir, I got it, sir. What I have to do?
Do you see the influence of climate change in what you're looking at, or?
So are you doing getting data?
Do you think that could be studied?
Time series climate data?
Yes,
understand that, or
yes,
what is your
time series climate data? I'm going to take as my concept.
Right. So then you would compare your
I can compare with my
results with the different. Okay.
The area that you took is a dry area.
Yes, a dry area.
All the districts are dry.
Yes, sir, that's dry areas.
But if you took it, in Karnataka, you also have districts where there are large number of forests.
Yes, sir, there are large number of forests.
So if you take one such district for comparative purposes.
Okay, is a forest area?
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
And then compare the two, then would it be meaningful for you?
Yes, sir, it will be meaningful.
How it will be?
Because
there is basic difference. One is dry region, one is
dry region, and one is like.
There will be definitely difference. So how it will be meaningful?
For example,
give example.
You take the agricultural land.
Yes.
You know where the manure is being used and where the fertilizers are being used. So there will be changes in the biodiversity.
Yes.
Underground biodiversity. And then how it contributes to the climate change. That is what I think the proposed outcome of your research.
Yes.
So you work on it. You talk about disturbed and undisturbed. So in the undisturbed areas where the naturality of the soil is still maintained, and undisturbed you can take n number of categories. So it may be forest area, it may be dry area, it may be the area which are regularly being cultivated with the not with the humus but with the fertilizers. Okay, so there will be differences, and then there in long run effects. Long range effect. In long run, their effects will be different for the climate and the production or the sustainability of the food.
Even in the forest area, you can study the disturbed and undisturbed area.
Yes.
Because disturbed area, wherever you have minor forest produce, then during those seasons you see that will be a disturbed area. A lot of people will be doing minor forest.
Yes.
And the other area where you don't have minor forest produce, undisturbed area.
Yes.
The two can be compared.
Any other questions or suggestions? Can I ask another one?
Yeah.
Being a social scientist involved in studying in the political processes related to these natural processes that you are looking at, I just wanted to ask whether you were saying this idea of studying below ground biodiversity is a relatively new field. How is it treated in the politics of biodiversity, like the international conventions on biodiversity and whatever? Do they take into account this below ground part to what extent, or yeah? But it hasn't been studied very much, is what you're saying. So
mostly emphasis is given on above ground biodiversity. But you are mentioning that very less. But now that is a agenda there for conservation of below ground biodiversity.
And also one more thing, those who are doing this biodiversity work, they are almost maximum people that are concentrating on forest areas.
Right.
Just they are not coming to arid and semi-arid areas. They are not they are not documenting or they are not quantifying the arid. That's why I have taken in say arid areas.
There is a huge problem in Punjab, in Haryana, where due to this green revolution, the fertilizers were used in use maximum. Now the soil salinization is a huge problem, and it is nationally debated, political and internationally debated ecological problem. You know, in coming future, the underground water level is going down. It is becoming more and more salinity, becoming more problematic. In so many areas, there are such type of dumping. I mean, the biodiversity, underground biodiversity is almost have been destroyed, and the cleaning of the microorganisms and cleaning of the underground water level, underground water is not possible. So there is contamination of water, underground water, okay, and salinization of the soil. So it is an international issue for the scientists as well as for the planners and the politicians. Is it?
Yeah. And one thing what Sir is asking, the hidden question is that what is the social dimension of that study? What I could extract from his reasoning. What is social? Are you taking that into consideration, or just for sake of doing this study you are taking?
It should be good. If I add this one also, it should be good work.
How it would be?
Because
how you will link this social? What is the social dimension of it? I don't see anything there. If you have any idea, we are working with that.
maybe that's something to keep in mind. But
Yeah, you take this point.
I mean, you concentrate on your study. That's what.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then find that what is the impact of the outcome of your study on the people.
Yes.
Okay, what category of people they are, what class of people they are.
Okay.
Are they poor, agriculturalists, or urbanized, or semi-urbanized, like that?
Yes.
Who are the people who are getting benefit out of it? Who are the people who are losing out of it? You know? So such type of social implications of your study. It is a scientific study, but for the interdisciplinary approach in it, add this dimension.
You would also find that some of the poor people, they also use some of these insects and other things for using for their livelihood purpose.
Yes, sir.
Have you found?
The neuropersons, they will have that one for their livelihood.
He has basically, you have done a study of ethnozoology. You have explained that
ethnozoology.
you are not understanding the question.
Ethnozoology. Yes.
Ethnic
knowledge, sir. Like how people are they're taking the biodiversity for their livelihoods, for curing their some diseases.
No, that is important.
Yes.
Tribal medicine.
Tribal medicine, sir.
So He is doing the work on ethology as well.
That for example, this bags that they are using above ground biostimulation. They are bags they are having for their some nervous system diseases. They are having such kind of things are there.
But the question which you raised, you see, that has a very big implication because the where from he comes from Himachal Pradesh. There are a lot of forests. There are a lot of you see. You've got a lot of biodiversities which are used for medicines and things like that. So there is a lot of plundering and things, and therefore biopiracy takes place. And so that has a huge political
I think it's a
impact.
very interesting aspect if you can actually engage with the local village as well.
Biodiversity with biopiracy.
Yeah.
So all the human interests are involved.
Smuggling of biodiversity.
You don't have to do everything in one paper.
From India. In suitcases they sent it away. One butterfly costing not less than $20. Smuggling of butterfly for India. That's very common.
Good. Okay. I think it's about time to wrap up. Thank you. Big thank you for all the presenters. And I think we're finished pretty well on time to have a little break before the next keynote session too.
That's very nice. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thanks. Good. Okay.
And I will take some tips from you because some certain things, particularly this carbon.
Yes, sir. We have already worked on the environmental science and policy.
Because along with the growing population.
That is the carbon credit. Second, we talked about that.
No,
please even give your comments.
We have times I can compare this carbon concept of carbon or carbon trading and how we are getting richer if we are emitting more carbon. Emitting more carbon is polluting the environment. That is a genuine concern.
You have statistical data of all this carbon?
Yeah, we already have a very good paper in environmental science and policy. I will send that paper to you. Visiting card also. Then, this is also this outcome already. This is not outcome of the study. This is a very long study. Some components are already completed. Now we have completed some of the results. They are under process of publication. Sure, and then I send the paper. Okay, कुछ काम करते साथ का आपको भी कुछ काम मणिपुर में I have a good friend from Manipur in my institute. His name is Komal. He's in agriculture department of my institute. So you see the web page. Komal is. Whenever you come to Bangalore, you're most. We are really interested to work.
I'm working on energy transition, energy transition.
वो भी हम लोग कर रहे हैं.
Energy sector.
But we are doing that also.
Also, yeah, I'll give it touch with you. I'll give it touch with you regarding the data and
so we can. We have so we particularly yes energy policy particularly innovations are made how energy is getting transported energy is conserved where that energy is going that very much I have to I will communicate them to you as well so please give your comment how to undertake utilization
okay I'll send you the abstract of my mission in 2 or 3 pages
okay sure so we can have some correlation
Asking us the application of that in what
type of biodiversity
and that it has been the overground biodiversity. And it helps finally agricultural production. So the research must be interconnected. You must what will be the range of implications of units. Different situations. Only then the people who utilize. Where people are poor and they not they are unable to purchase fertilizer. So they are producing but whereas